All right. Hello, everyone. I think there's been a slight delay, so very sorry about that. I'm Daniel Dvoress. We'll be doing a little bit of hand review first, and then we'll play some live poker. So the way I'm going to do this is actually kind of fast forward through the hand to see what the hands are, and then I can analyze it from both perspectives. All right, okay. So I think that Broke My Hero picked a really good bet size here with King Queen. 2 flush draws, a lot of straight draws, potentially 2 open-enders. So it's important to fold out hands that have a lot of equity. So even a bigger bet size would have been okay, up to maybe something like 25,000 or something like that. And then when we're faced with this check raise, it's essentially an all-in. Even though our villain didn't go all in, there's just so little money behind, and on a board this draw heavy, there isn't really going to be anything that's going to check raise and then fold. So we can pretend that this guy went all in, and we obviously have a decision with King Queen. I think that despite this being so deep, with the SPR being so short after the overbet on the turn, I think we just have to go with a hand like King Queen. It's not impossible that villain actually has a worse hand for value, or we could be chopping. We have equity against hands like 5-4, King 5, and there's a lot of hands that even if they didn't check raise the flop because they were too weak, they turned something better. So something like Jack 9 of diamonds, for example, could play this way. So I think we have to go with the King Queen. And since we are just treating this small check raise as a shove, I would just shove myself with the King Queen, which is what Broke My Hero did. So I think that this is just a well-played hand from both players, and I think both players did well. All right, again, I'll go to the end of the hand. Oops. What did I do here? This is the same hand. Let's see. So I just want to see what the players showed up with before I dive into the hand. Okay. So it goes open call. Wow, that's a really, really big raise from the cutoff. I don't think that I would do anything different from Ace King's perspective. It's just too strong of a hand to fold immediately. But definitely my spidey senses are turned on, and I'm a little bit, I'm going to proceed with caution after such a big raise on the flop. I think it's rare that they'll raise a worse hand for value. So once we see a raise size this big, our hand almost immediately just becomes a hand that's just a bluff catcher. So we'll kind of hope that villain is bluffing and that we're beating bluffs. And then this is interesting, the overbet on the turn. It actually makes not that much sense, because after so much money goes into the pot, I think that the cutoff here needs a really strong hand to continue putting such large bets in. And it's hard to really imagine what sort of hand that would be that doesn't mind betting smaller and inducing calls. So of course, cutoff can have something like threes, could have ace queen, could maybe have queen three suited. But all of these hands are boats, and I think we'd actually want to bet a little bit smaller and try to keep the draws in with those hands. And then other strong hands like trip queens, I don't think make a lot of sense given the big flop raise. So again, I would probably peel the ace king just because this line is not making too much sense to me. And there's just not that much that the cutoff can have for value here. So of course we could be results oriented and just kind of say, well, cutoff had a full house here. What are we doing with ace king? But I can definitely see where Broke My Hero is going with his thought process, calling the turn bet. And then on the river, so at this point, so we have a bluff catcher. I think we have a pretty good bluff catcher with the ace king. Blocking straights like king 10 is important. Villain could be doing some sort of crazy bluff with something like 5-4. And I think or actually I'm not sure if it's villain, but if cutoff took this line with a hand like jack 10, let's say, or a flush draw, I think on this river, he'd be going with it. So to keep it consistent, I think bluff catching on the river with ace king is a totally reasonable play. Although there is a lot of money going into this pot, obviously from both players. So the threes, yeah, I think I would have liked to see a little bit of a smaller turn bet just to keep flush draws in and to not have the hijack fold hands that are almost drawing dead. But the threes were able to get stacks in. But I think you could bet even a little bit smaller with pocket threes and still shove the river for slightly over pot. And that keeps more weak hands in from hijack. And then hijack decided to bluff catch and was wrong. Happens. All right, so this is a hand between these two guys. All right. So aggressive, ISO with the ace-8 from Broke My Hero. It can be really good if the button's loose enough. Checking would be reasonable too. It really depends how loose the players are and if we're expecting to get a limp re-raised or anything like that. And then a totally standard flop c-bet, dry board. We can have a lot of good stuff. It's kind of harder for the player in the big blind to have a hand very often here. So the small flop bet works great. And then the turn barrel, with the ace of diamonds, I think it is reasonable. Generally, I would want to have a little bit more equity to barrel the turn than to just have ace-8. Because with ace-8, yeah, we have the diamond, but it's almost like we are drawing to a bluff. Like we're hoping that the river is a diamond and we have a good bluffing opportunity. And aside from that, nothing good really can happen. If the bet gets called, if we pair the 8 on the river, it's probably not going to be the best hand. Maybe or hopefully the ace is live. But I think that we have other hands that we could be bluffing with that have a little bit more equity than ace-8. Something like ace-5 or ace-3, for example, would be better. So the river is a diamond, and yeah, now with the ace of diamonds, now we got to go for the bluff on this run out. There's no reason to take this whole line, especially, well, the flop bet's very standard, but if we're going to barrel the turn, we should follow through on the river. So ace-8 goes all in for roughly 2x pot. I really like this. I think this is good. On the river, we're basically saying we have a flush or nothing. There's just not too many other hands that we could be value betting here. So really like the bet size here. And even if the big blind here has a hand like a set, it's going to be quite a tough decision for them. But they have a straight, I think. No way that we're getting a straight to fold. The turn bet, it's a little bit sketchy, but I can see what Broke My Hero was doing. But I really, really like the river play. All right, again, I'll skip ahead to the river just to see who the hand is between. So wow, we're still 3 ways on the river with 46K in the pot. Okay, wow. All right, let's see what happens here from the beginning. So it looks like, I believe it was the 10s that limped, which I think in these games with this sort of ante structure where the ante is quite big, I think it's reasonable to play quite a few limps. And we do want to have some strong hands in our limps as well. So I think throwing pocket 10s in there sometimes is good. Raising pre-flop would be good also. And then we're basically back re-raise squeezing, which certainly is a good play. And part of why we'd want to limp in with pocket 10s in the first place. So I believe if I'm remembering the hands correctly, this player here has the quads now, and then seat, I'll call this guy seat 2, has pocket tens. So I think pocket tens should just actually fold the flop. It's a spot where it's going to be almost impossible to win unimproved. And we obviously only have 2 outs to improve. I don't remember if we have a spade in our hand. But if we don't have a spade, if we don't have tens with a spade, then it's only 1 clean out. So I would just fold the flop. Yeah, it's only a 3rd pot, but it's multi-way. It's a limp re-raised pot. It's going to be very hard for us to win at showdown with just a pair of tens. Oh, okay, so we did have tens with a spade, but it makes the flop a little bit closer, but I think I still like folding. On the river, it's obviously just a big cooler, not much that the pocket tens can do. I think betting river is, with the pocket tens, is probably a little bit better than checking to the last player. It's just going to be kind of hard for him to have a hand that wants to bet very often. It would just basically have to be a trap like this, but we, well, let me rephrase. Not a trap like this. If we have a hand, if we're up against a hand that beats us, it doesn't matter because we're just getting all the money in anyway. But really, we're concerned with the pocket tens about getting money in with hands that won't bet for us. And I think that's most of what the guy with pocket eights will have. And it would be a really big disaster for the pocket tens if seat 3 instead of pocket eights had a king that just decided to check back because the backdoor flush got there. Obviously, eights make a trip. An 8 makes trips now, and we're still 3 ways in a giant pot. I think if the pocket tens were in the last seat, so the guy that checked first, with 2 players left behind, I would think that checking is reasonable, just to try to trap. But here, I think it's just a little bit too fancy, so I would have preferred betting the tens myself. Obviously, it has no impact on what actually happened with the hand in question. But I'm just thinking if instead of pocket eights, he had something like king jack or king queen, and it went check check, that would not be a good feeling with pocket tens. All right, so we have queens and we have aces and we have a giant pot. All right. Yeah, maybe a suspiciously small 4-bet with the pocket aces. Let me actually look at the sizes again. Yeah, really interesting spot here with the pocket aces, actually. I think that if it was just against a 3-bet, then pocket aces could consider trapping and just flatting the 3-bet. Just because if we flat, there's already going to be 30K in the middle. We have position, and there's only 100K left. So a lot of money is in the pot already. But with the button behind us, I think that 4-betting is definitely better. So I think good play there. And then what we do with the queens kind of depends on how polar we think cutoff is going here. So if we think that he just has kings and ace king for value and then bluffs, kings are better, or ace king for value and then bluffs. I don't think that it makes too much sense to shove the queens because we just don't really get called by a worse hand ever. If we're up against a looser player that can do this with jacks or potentially ace queen, then we do want to shove and get money in ahead and not play a pot out of position. So what we do with the queens, it really depends on how loose and how polar the cutoff is. So flatting and 5-bet shoving are both reasonable plays. Definitely like slow playing with the pocket queens here. There's only, after we call, there's only less than pot to play. So if cutoff is bluffing, then we either want him to catch up and make a good hand or to continue bluffing. And if cutoff does indeed have kings or aces, then I think the money goes in anyway, even on cards that complete draws. So for example, of course the 6 completes some draws, but even a more wet card, like something like a king or something like a jack or a 10, where some straights get there, I think aces and kings will just continue betting anyway, so no reason to raise the flop with queens. And with the aces, yeah, standard play. We unfortunately run into top set. Well, unfortunately for aces, but I think that both players played this hand great here, and it's just a cooler. All right, so we have king 3 and ace 7. All right, let's start from the beginning. Yeah, and I don't think that there's too much the ace 7 can do. Just a lot of money in the pot already, and we could run into a worse hand for value. The boat should obviously shove. This is just a cooler. I think some interesting decisions on the earlier streets with the leads, both from the king 3 on the flop and then the turn lead with the ace-7. Obviously, it just depends on how loose and aggressive our opponents are. If we're not going to be getting bluffed when we turn the flush, then I think it's reasonable to lead with the ace-7. Generally speaking, I would just continue checking and hope that villain either bluffs or has something else for value. All right, let's skip ahead. Broke my hero is in a lot of these spots. Oh, wow, that was... All right, let's see. I think there's some stream adjustments, so this will take a minute before I can continue analyzing the hand. Yeah, I've played a little bit on the app before, and yeah, one thing that's kind of clear to me is just how loose and aggressive these games are. Yeah, in general, I think if anyone's ever like in a close spot on their river, just not folding hands of absolute strength is kind of the way to go. There's just too much randomness that can happen. I think that players can go very loose for value, or sometimes if the pot even gets big enough, some players kind of almost forget what their hand is and just shovel all the money in. So I think that in these games, even if a lot of money goes in, I'm never interested in folding a hand of absolute strength, which I think will be relevant when I go back to reviewing this hand from the beginning, just looking at what the hands are at the end. I think I can go back to here, maybe. All right, let's restart. Aggressive, but I think good check raise here. Can have a variety of draws that do this with. It's kind of important to just generate folds from the player behind us. We're still in a three-way pot, so getting folds is a little bit more important. And then I like the turn check as well. At this point, it's going to be hard to get value on turn and river. So slowing down, letting our opponent bluff and potentially controlling the size of the pot a little bit makes a ton of sense to me. And then this is, against an overbet, this is a very aggressive shove with the king-queen. It's not necessarily bad or anything. It's just we would need to be confident that our opponent is value betting loose on the river for an overbet to begin with, and then actually calling the river with the worse hand, which he did here. But it's also important to remember that Baroque My Hero can have King 10, can have Pocket Fours, can have Ace King. So what we do with the King Queen, whether we just call or shove, it really depends on if we think our opponent is going to be overbetting enough worse kings and then calling a check raise with them. So this is just a spot where we have to know our opponent. I think knowing nothing about my opponent, if it was a tough game, I would just call the king queen. In looser games or where I suspect my opponent might be kind of spewy, I think that shoving is reasonable. And then with the king jack on the river, so what can the small blind be bluffing with here that took this line? So remember, it's important as the king jack to piece the hand together from the beginning and to basically figure out if everything is consistent. So on the flop, small blind check raised. Could have a variety of hands that check raise. Could have fours, could have tens, could have king 10, could just have a hand like queen jack or jack 9 or ace jack. Could even be bluffing with a hand like 5-4 or 6-4. So on the flop, we don't really know too much about what the small blind can have. We just know that it can be a variety of hands, and that variety is quite vast. But then we get to the turn, and now small blind check calls. So now that small blind has check called, we've really removed a lot of the hands that were potentially bluffing on the flop. That wouldn't be the case if small blind had bet himself, because then he could just continue barreling a straight draw here, for example. But once he checks and then calls, he's not going to be, or presumably he's not going to be check calling with just a draw against a bet that's that size. If it was a small turn bet, sure, maybe he can call something like queen jack. But against a bigger bet, we would need the small blind to basically have a made hand to check call here. So again, piecing that together with the flop and then the river action, once the small blind check jams here, so obviously with king jack, we are hoping that small blind is bluffing or has worse for value. So we need to think about what could he be bluffing with. Well, a good hand to bluff with would be something just like a 10 that's turned into a bluff. It would be blocking pocket 10s. It would be blocking king 10. So something like queen 10 or jack 10 or ace 10, or something like, let's say 10-4 or 4-3 or 10-3, those would all be excellent hands to bluff here from the small blind's perspective. But the problem is that it's not, those aren't too consistent with the flop and the turn action. If we just look at the flop action only, sure, for some of these hands it makes sense. Or if we look at the turn action only, it would make sense for the small blind to show up here with a hand like ace-10, for example, or jack-10. But then we also have to consider, did he really check raise the flop with a hand like jack-10? Or did he check raise the flop with a hand like 10-4, only then to check call the turn? Which it's not impossible, but it wouldn't make too much sense. So I think if we just look at all of the three streets together, it's kind of hard for small blind to be bluffing here. So with the king jack, I would want to think that it's at least plausible for villain to have a worse hand for value for me to call. Which again, depending on the villain, he could just be super excited about having trips and be going all in with any king. I don't think that most players would do that against an overbet, but it's not impossible. So again, from the king jack's perspective, it's very much a know your opponent sort of situation. In a tough game against someone good, I would lean towards folding. But in looser, more splashy games, I would lean towards calling. Just because there's like little things that add up where small blind could have worse for value, or maybe he did decide to check raise a 10 on the flop and then check called the flop with the turn with it, and then turned it into a bluff on the river. So the looser your opponent is, the more likely all of these become. So very important to know your opponent here in terms of the decision that we make with king jack, and also with the king queen, because I do think it's close whether we just check call or check shove the river. All right, we have queen 7, 7s, and 9s, and we have a three ways on the river. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. So very important that under the gun +1 did not limp, but just posted a straddle and then checked. So we're up against a lot more possible hands. Yeah, this looks like it's just going to be a cooler with the queen 7 of hearts. Yeah, with the pair and the flush draw, and also being the shortest stack, we just stick it in and kind of hope for the best. We can get called by something like a nut flush draw and actually get it in ahead. If we get it in against something like an overpair, we're flipping. If they have a set, you know, it's not a great situation, but it's also not the end of the world. We're still live. So queen 7 definitely has to stick it in, and then 7s and 9s. Yeah, I think those hands kind of play themselves, and it's just a cooler, more or less. Broke my hero again. All right, let's see what ends up happening here. Okay, so we have another pretty loose, but I think good river shove. But let's watch the hand from the beginning. Yeah, definitely. I like isolating the king jack versus limp. Obviously, we're always going to be three betting the aces, and then king jack is strong enough to call versus the three bet. I don't think there's too much of a decision for either player on the flop. Aces should bet for value. King jack generally should just call. If we're up against an opponent who is extremely loose, raising could make some sense. Like if we think he's just three betting way too wide free flop and then has a bunch of hands worse than us that are value betting and then won't fold. Against someone like that, we could consider raising, but generally speaking, I would just call the king jack. It keeps weak hands in and allows them to bluff, which we always want our opponent to do more of when we have top pair. So I think aces could have bet a little bit bigger on the turn just to set up not an overbet on the river. Because as is, like if this 13K gets called, there's going to be 60 in the pot. Yeah, I guess it's like slightly less than pot to play on the river. Yeah, I think just going a little bit bigger, so that we don't have to bet as big on rivers that are that we are going to be value betting on is going to be a little bit better. Also important to remember that with the aces, there's some rivers where we might not want to bet. So, for example, a river where a bunch of stuff gets there, like the queen of diamonds or the nine of diamonds, or even just the 10, it's going to be really tough to extract a lot of value on those rivers. So it becomes important to get a little bit more money in now. So I would have liked to see a little bit of a bigger bet from the aces. And then king jack is slow playing at this point, which I think is exactly what we want to do. Lets our opponent potentially bluff the river. And we're in position here with the king jack. So even if our opponent checks the river, we can still put money in. So it's a lot safer slow playing when we're in position. And against this bet size, the king jack definitely wants to shove. I think that we're almost never beat here. I guess it's possible that queen 10 takes this line sometimes, but you know, if our opponent has queen 10 and was creative enough to bet small on the river with it, you know, he can have the rest of my stack. But definitely against this bet size, I want to be shoving. A good thing to think about here, which I sometimes do, is I kind of think about what I would want to do if I was checked to on the river. So if I was checked to on the river, I would want to go all in with king jack. So if my opponent puts out a small bet, generally speaking, if I was going all in versus a check, I'm still going to be going all in against a small bet like this. And then the aces, yeah, it's a tough spot. We basically have a bluff catcher. I think it's genuinely a very tough decision what we want to do on the river with pocket aces. But I think that this situation actually could have been avoided by sizing bigger on the turn. Because if ace is sized bigger on the turn and there was something like 2/3 pot left on the river, I would feel quite comfortable just jamming the aces for value because the stack to pot ratio is shorter. So I think aces should have been a little bit more mindful of that and set that up on the turn. And as played, yeah, it's a tough decision. I don't know what I would do with aces here, but I would try very hard not to end up in this spot. Ooh, a 7-deuce hand. All right. Let's see how we got to this river spot. The 3-bet with the 7-deuce. I don't think that 7-deuce games are a thing on the app, but maybe. Not an advisable 3-bet with the 7-deuce, unless there is a 7-deuce bounty on. But I'm assuming that's not the case. Of course, it's nice when we turn 2 pair. Yeah, what ended up, wow, this is, I'm going to watch that again. This was a very crazy hand. It's kind of between two people that are kind of not supposed to be in the pot as played with the hands that they have. Well, I mean, once you flop the gutter with Jack-8, you definitely peel versus the flop bet. I don't think that we're getting the right odds to call on the turn with Jack-8. Maybe if we were infinitely deep and there was, 500K behind, I could entertain the idea of making a turn call to then try to do something on the river, or at least on some rivers. I still wouldn't, but I think it would be a little bit, it would give us a little bit more space to be creative. As is, I think what's going to happen is we just get shoved on the river a lot and won't even get an opportunity to bluff, which we really want to have that opportunity because we're going to end up with Jack high at the end of this hand quite often. And then river, well, I got to say post flop from the 7-deuce looks great. As far as the Jack-8 call on the river goes, well, we're up against an opponent that 3-bet us with 7-deuce, and we have a hand that beats all his bluffs. So not an unreasonable call by any means. If he can have 7-deuce, he can have a variety of other hands as well, I think. But yeah, a little bit of an avoidable situation here, but a pretty great hand of poker. Oops. All right, let's see what happened here. Very big pot. I don't understand the river bet from ace jack, but let's watch the hand from the beginning and maybe it makes sense. I like the 3-bet with the 5-4. Sometimes I would 3-bet. Sometimes I would just flat the open. I think doing a little bit of both is important, especially when we're so deep and so many things can happen post-flop. And then with the pure suited connector, and being, what's important here is that we're so deep. So I like the call against the 4-bet. The 4-bet with ace jack suited is reasonable too. Yeah, so far both players are doing things that I would sometimes do, not every time. The ace jack suited could just flat the 3-bet. The 5-4 suited could just flat the open. Lots of options for both hands here, but the line that they took is completely reasonable. And then with the 5-4 on the flop, I think we just always want to slow play. Again, we're in position. So I don't think that we need to raise to hopefully get our stack in with trips. And not a good river for the 5-4, obviously. But against the third pot, I'm just never folding a full house here. I'm not really quite sure what the ace jack is up to. I don't think that we get a better hand or a chop to fold very often. But maybe. Maybe cutoff can fold something like ace 10 of spades or ace jack of spades, or like a variety of ace high flush draws against the small bet. Yeah, I can see what ace jack is doing here and the idea behind it. And as far as the sizing choice goes, I think a third pot makes sense, given that we're trying to represent a wide range here. And we want to make it look like we can still be betting something like aces or kings or maybe even jacks. So yeah, I think reasonable play with the ace jack. And then 5-4 just doesn't have a decision. Ooh, royal flush. All right, let's see how we got here. Interesting check back with the king queen of clubs. I think with a bluff that strong, I would just always semi bluff. I think checking back some flush draws is good, but we can have other flush draws that don't also have an open ender that can check back. With King Queen of Clubs, it's just such a strong hand that I want to start building a pot immediately. So I would have preferred to see a bet there, but not a big deal checking back sometimes. So obviously we're going to be jamming with the nuts with the King Queen, and then 5-4 has a really interesting decision here. So can villain have a worse hand for value? I think no. Just needs to have a flush to raise here. Just given that we were 3 ways on the river still, and it's a pretty big bet, and it's a pretty big raise. So with the 5-4, we have a bluff catcher. We do beat all the bluffs. So what we need to consider, like, what flushes we actually lose to here and which hands could be bluffing. And my intuition is that it's very easy for Born Ninja Ace to have a hand that likes to bluff here. That would get to this river a lot. So something like Queen Jack with the Queen of Clubs, or King Jack with the King of Clubs, those hands would take this line to the river very often. You check back something like King of Clubs 10 on the flop. That's logical. We check back second pair standard. On the turn, we call a small bet, and then on the river, we turn our hand into a bluff with like the nut flush blocker, as well as a nut straight blocker. So I think it's kind of easy to have a hand that really likes to bluff here for the cutoff. And then for value, he basically had to check back a flush draw on the flop that he also isolated a pre-flop limp with. And so when there's like an ace and a jack and a 10 of clubs on the flop, there's just not too many hands that would both isolate pre-flop and then check back a club draw on the flop. Of course, it's not impossible, and we see an example of that here, but with the ace and the jack and the 10 blocking so many potential hands that would normally make flushes, it's kind of hard for cutoff to have a flush here. So I would be quite interested in calling the 5-4. I don't think I would fold here. It's just very easy for cutoff to have a hand that intuitively makes a lot of sense to bluff. So while I wouldn't call this a cooler, in the sense that I think with the 5-4, it's kind of clear on the river that either cutoff has a better hand for value or is bluffing. So it's not like a standard cooler, but it is a cooler in the sense that I think in this spot, I would just not fold flush ever, because it's kind of hard for cutoff to have one. If he does, he gets my stack, but I think very often we'll see something like King of Clubs 10 or Queen of Clubs Jack here. All right, I'll pick up the pace here a little bit and just kind of, whoa, what happened here? Look through the hand in sequence. We have a few more to go, so, and I think I'm only supposed to be reviewing for an hour. Okay, we have a limp re-raise from the cutoff, interesting. Yeah, I think this hand kind of played itself for both players. Once we get to the flop and there's so little money behind relative to what's in the pot, all the money is always going to go in. And yeah, pre-flop, a bunch of money went in. It was queens versus aces. So I think that this is just a cooler. And yeah, queens could also jam pre-flop. Flatting the 4-bet against the limp re-raise is also completely reasonable. Oof, this is a spot where the straddle can have a lot of strong hands. A rare board that is quite good for the straddle position. Yeah, I think that this is actually a really good line from the Jack-7. It obviously looks a little bit crazy, but it is quite easy for the straddle to have a variety of straights here as well as sets. Of course, if we had 2-pair as the straddle on the river, that gets counterfeited. But completely reasonable bluff, I think. And we're just basically repping what our range looks like in these positions. And this sort of board will, in a way, favor the straddle in terms of the ability to have a lot of strong hands. So I think sweet play with the Jack-7, of course, unfortunate to run into a full house. And this is just going to be a cooler, not much that the 8-6 can do in a 3-bet pot on a relatively draw-heavy board. I think raising with a hand that's this vulnerable and trying to stack a hand like ace-king or ace-queen is the right play. And if we're beat with the 8-6, as we are here, then it's a cooler, and all the money would have gone in anyway. I think as the aces, I would kind of prefer to slow play, just because if our opponent has a strong hand, if we just call on the flop, there's just going to be about pot left to play anyway. And I think that if our opponent on the button has a strong hand, they'll put the money in for us. But if he's just got a bluff here, then we obviously want to keep his bluffs in and give him the opportunity to bluff. So I think I would have preferred to slow play the aces. Of course, if we're up against an opponent that we just know never bluffs, it makes sense to just stick it in with the aces and get money in as quickly as possible. But generally speaking, I'd slow play. So again, this 49K check raise, as the ace-king, we should just treat it as a shove on a double flush draw board. We're just never getting check raised and then folded. So we can kind of think about what we would want to do against a shove on the turn. And with so many flush draw plus straight draw combinations possible, I don't think I would want to ever fold the ace-king against the shove. So this just looks like a cooler to me. Oof, interesting. Yeah, I'm just going back to the turn because I want to look at what the size that was used was. Yeah, this is such a wet board. I think I might want to size a little bit bigger with the set. And then that would also allow me to jam the river for about pot instead of being in this sort of awkward situation where, as played on the river, it's too much to shove when the flush draw gets there with a set. So button bets half pot instead, and then it's very awkward, and we have a bluff catcher. So I think, again, a little bit of an avoidable spot with the set. I think a little bit of an ambitious turn peel with the Jack-7 as well. And then whether we bluff catch or not with the pocket fours is, of course, very opponent dependent. But like I said in the beginning of the hand review, without a good reason in these games, which just tend to be like very loose and aggressive, I tend not to look to fold hands that are very high in absolute strength on rivers. All right, so that wraps up the hand review part. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and play some live poker. I see I am a girl. Okay. Ace of Hearts, what does that mean? Feels good to almost be playing live poker again. I think this is the longest stretch that I've gone without playing live since post-COVID. Or post everything opening up after the COVID shutdowns. I got really used to being at home and used to having a routine, and then all the travel started. And now I'm home again. Nice, nice. Hopefully can win at Showdown. I hope. Yes. I do wish there were antes in heads up already. But it looks like we got a third player, so that problem should be resolved. Streaming and playing heads up is a little bit tough. Not a lot of dead time between hands. You had me pipped. Oof, gross. I think right idea with the ace-10. Just unfortunate that I had a boat, obviously. But would have been a really sick spot for me with a king. And we're back to heads up. I actually really like heads up. I used to play a lot of heads up, but this was years ago now, I think 2015 maybe. Maybe even 2014. Heads up sit and goes were quite popular back then. Less so now. All right, you got it. Actually thought I had a good chance of winning that hand had you checked the river. But I can't call a bet that big. A small bet I would have called. Maybe even up to half pot or something. I will be back shortly. Just figuring out some stream stuff. Hello, hello. That might have looked like I hit and run the previous person I was playing heads up, but some stream settings needed to be adjusted. So if I randomly sit out again, it'll just be for a couple of minutes. Bluff, bluff. Playing heads up makes me realize how much I miss playing heads up. Hard to do that nowadays. Maybe I should get heads up in tournaments more often. Yeah, I think I might have made an ambitious flop peel and got punished for it. Nice hand, nice hand. Can't play this one. Maybe with an ante. I think I might have had the best hand on that last one. King high was maybe good. Maybe. Maybe missed some value on the river. Are you calling a small bet? Maybe. Bunch of stuff missed. Not a good turn for me. Lots of good turns, but not that one. Maybe I made a really nitty turn fold. I don't know. Tough with a guy behind me. Okay. I should really just fold flop. Thought I could get creative. Almost. Almost. Yeah, I mean, if I'm behind, I don't have too many outs to improve. Nice play. All right, we got the straddle on. Greedy. I tried to be greedy and check raise. Maybe too greedy. Maybe too greedy. I folded such a good hand too. Ay, ay, ay. Nice play. I'm the worst. Something just didn't feel right. And it wasn't. Yeah, that'll be an embarrassing one when it makes the stream. Let's see what happened there. Maybe if I had a backdoor flush draw, I could continue. But not with that one. Hopefully I didn't get owned again. I think my favorite thing about this app is how fast everyone plays. I really like it and I enjoy it, but I'm also not super used to it. I'm a lot more used to people tanking a lot and being kind of overly deliberate. Although that's also a function of me mostly playing a lot of live. I was hoping you'd show the 3 deuce again. Could have been. Interesting hand. Interesting hand. I really hope you didn't fold a queen. I think the auto chat things could be improved. It is too pitiful. This BB chance is so small. That one is a little bit confusing and doesn't make a lot of sense. Perhaps the translation needs to be revised a little bit. Good fold, good fold. Oh. Nice hand. Nice hand. At least I can feel better about also losing on an 8 river. Yeah, I should probably just fold the 7-6 on the river. Such a tough spot. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Why no limp re-raise pre? Could have played a bigger one. Ooh, what's happening here? Just a chop. Okay. Yeah, they make you post the blind on the button and they deal you the 7 deuce. Nice hand. I decided to be spicy pre-flop. Did not work. I regret my decision to bet the flop. Should have checked. Nice play. Yes. Definitely should have checked the flop. Or not folded to the check raise. One of the two. Betting and then folding was probably the worst possible decision. What happened there? 4-bet shove, I think. Let's see. Yeah, 4-bet shove. Yeah. Not a bad play. Unfortunate run out. Or unfortunate to run into ace king anyway. Oof. Very disciplined with the ace queen of hearts, sir. Unfortunate. Yeah, not much either one of us can do there. Nuts versus second nuts. What are you going to do? very quick bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. Did I mess something up? I may have messed something up. All right, we're back in business. Hopefully win at Showdown. Yes. Nice hand. Oof. Yes, when that King 3 gets shown, that's not good news for me. Don't think there's too much I can do there. Just too weak of a hand. Gotta call the flop, and I think I gotta fold the turn. Ah, that is not a good river for me. Yeah, I don't think I can get away. Yeah, I think if we were deeper, then I can fold the river. And that play definitely would have worked. Yeah, super tough spot there with the ace-queen. You just kind of have to hope that he has the same hand or kings or queens. Or I suppose could have something like king jack that was bluffing and is continuing to bluff on the river. But there's just so much money in the pot already that I don't think I can fold. Yeah, I think if we were maybe 50 big blinds deeper and then the final bet was for closer to pot, or even something like 3/4 pot, then I can get away. Had to try. Lucky me, lucky me. Aces is definitely not a hand I would have put him on. Especially after the second check raise. I think I could shove the turn too, with the queen jack. Interesting hand. Just depends what he's doing with flush draws too. I think if he can have a lot of flush, if he has a lot of flush draws, then I should shove. But I actually did not think that he had a strong hand at all. Not my river. Actually, I guess that worked out. It was my river. I had spades too. So spade river would be a little bit of a disaster for me. Sometimes the things you hope for are not the ones you need. Six river would have been nice though. I was hoping I'd be good there. But maybe a little too optimistic. Yeah, okay, I'll give you this one. Could maybe call. Seems close. Maybe against a slightly smaller raise, I would call. Nice call. Close, but I think just not good enough. If I had a heart in my hand, I would call. But that one, just hard to turn a hand that would want to continue. And going to be hard to win at showdown against an aggressive opponent. By the way, that looks like it could be a Tim Hortons cup in your avatar on the button, the coffee cup. Tim Hortons is almost symbolic with Canada. It's probably the biggest coffee chain in Canada. Kind of like Starbucks, but Canadian. And the coffee is a lot worse. Honest poker. No one has anything, no one bets. Did not think I would win any piece of that pot. You guys are both too honest. I was thinking about bluffing. Should have bet an earlier street. I'm not as honest. I can't check 5 high. Just can't do it. even though that did feel a little forced to bluff there on the river. But I just don't have it in me to check 5 high. A queen. Queens, maybe? I hope. I just don't believe you at all. But what can I do? Nice play. Don't believe you at all. Sneaky, sneaky with the jacks. Sneaky. Oof. It's a good flop. Well, I thought I was trapping. I tried to induce a bluff. Instead, I got off cheaply, I guess.